Good morning. I got 90 fletch time to process arrow tips from Vale. Oh, commas. Okay. little, still waking up. Little slow on the uptake. Sorry. I got 90 fletch time to. Got it. That's good. Vale Tomes is good content. I'm a big fan. I have a sneaking suspicion on the way to 200 mil. We'll probably be doing a couple hundred hours of that content. I don't want to hear no guff about it because people that are swearing by Giant's Foundry for using up their uh, already made smithing items, that's exactly what Veil Totem is. Could AFK do magics here? I don't know about chopping magics, but I have a lot of already made magic bows and magic logs come from drops quite a bit. And I'll probably do that and you. The maple, on the other hand, I haven't quite decided if I want to go down to that because the XP per hour significantly drops off after that. Today's not the day. That's the attitude straight. Thank you. That's what we need. Um, but we have a lot of bows like this, and I think the strategy if you're using maple is to bring the bowstring spool with you, string them between totems, then use them on the totems. And I think doing that might increase the XP per hour to be similar to what U's are. And on the back end of U's, I might be doing that as well, just because I don't want to bank sand and do this. There's plenty of other bank sanding stuff I need to do, but congratulations to Shaw on the Elder Mall, I guess. Fat Yoshi 2026. I did briefly see that. He's on a crazy run. He did what I did, but in reverse. I got my mall first, and then I got a bow. But unfortunately, back then the mall was worthless. So it's okay XP with forestry AFK for me. Enough on the side. Well, the thing is, with woodcutting, I need to bank mahogany. So a lot of my mahogany, if I don't have the moon helm, probably chopped in Varlamore. He died at head phase, which ended up being a 10% chance. Purple was his. Told Yoshi, and he said, I don't want to hear it. So yeah, I've still got to, let's see, how much do I have banked in con right now? Where is it? Construction with the outfit. I have enough construction banked for 101 mil. So let's just say 100 mil even divided by, how much is it per plank? 143.5 with the outfit. Oops. And so that doesn't seem right. Oh, I'm missing. Sorry. It's 100 mil. There we go. So I need to accumulate and acquire about 700,000 mahogany logs yet. Where do you chop the mahogany? A hardwood patch? No, my plan was to chop it in Prif. I can find it on the map. Here we go. But if I still need the the moonhelm keys, we're gonna go here and chop it. It's a little bit of a trek, but with bringing a log sack and maybe make plank. I haven't decided that part of it yet, but we have the bird teleport here, run here, go up there. It's not that long of a run compared to going to Prif. But in Prif, the benefit of that is that you use the spirit tree to get here. You have to go kind of around to get here. The trees are here. But with Prif, you can bring a plank sack and you can do 3 inventories per trip. You can take your first inventory, use it on the sawmill, take your second inventory, use it on the sawmill on the way out, and then you're also bringing with a full inventory of logs. And again, you'll also do that on the forestry world and participate in some of the low effort forestry events, which will give you anima bark, which you can then buy for, or you can buy the sawmill vultures for. And then with the sawmill vultures, once your inventory fills up, you just go there once, and then your summon will just fill in the rest of your inventory, and then you go bank. It's really nice. I did about 100,000 logs of that already. I originally started out with about a mil. I mean, how much is for 200 mil? 200 mil total, or for me 200 mil? I need to bank another 700,000 yet. But in total, 200 mil. If you did mahoganies the whole way, you need 1.4 million logs. I need another 700,000 on top of this. Nah, GP for the remainder. Okay, so 700 plus the 7616 I have there times, is it 2500 or is it 1500? I forget. It's 1500. Okay. It's just over a bill, yeah, which I have. And then in alkables currently between these I've got 200, 300 mil, something like that I could elk at some point, which I'll do during Veil Totems and whatnot. And then of course, gotta use up this stuff yet. These won't be turned into alkables, but I don't plan to do construction until after smithing. I'll rephrase. I don't plan to do all of construction at once. The longer that Kingdom of Miscellanea helps me bank, the better. Every month that goes by, I don't have to woodcut for 15 hours or something like that. So, Auto Alka from RC, and we slap our many rune arrows in there. Hell yeah, yeah. I did a little bit of that Rogue's Den yesterday, using up some of my onesie twosie alkables, jewelry and whatnot. And if you don't have enough to fill up your full inventory, that's what I do. I grab all the stacks of arrows, sell them 50 per world. I grab the darts, sell them 50 per world. Grab the gold bars, silver ore, all that crap. And also potions that I have no intention of using, like magic potions, for instance. So it costs me 200 GP per potion to make the unfinished ones, and then I can get about 170 of it back. I think it's 170 when I sell them to the shop like that, so I can actually recover some of that money. It's pretty nice. Yeah, if I were to predict, I would say, well, let's see, with prayer, mining's going to be over 100 mil. But we'll do whatever the dynamite I have and blast mine, that's going to give us a lot of smithing. Um, that'll probably come first to figure out how much I need, and then smithing will be after that. Holy streaker. I don't really, I want to, I think I want to finish mining completely and probably Tob completely before I resort to like buying gold, because Tob gives a good chunk of smithing XP if I remember correctly. Plus, who knows what else is coming up? Theater outlet. Rewards, reward chest. Yeah, gold ore, addy ore, rune ore. Yeah, so on the mining side, let's see how much I have left. I'll check the bank when I'm done, but I think I calculated it'd be like 110 or 120, and then I've got 12 to 15 mil of sandstone to do. So that'll put us, I don't know, 120. Blast mine, I think was like 30, and then so then the last 50, I guess, is mudload mine. I don't think I'm going to be mining any more amethyst. I think I have enough dragon darts to last me forever. And, most of the PVM content's already done, so... Yeah, so, what did I say? 700,000 mahogany logs chopped. Which is, where are you? 100 XP each. So that's all. Really? Oh, I must have been, I've been banking a bunch of, again, it was intended, it was planned to do that, but I remember this number being a lot bigger, so 700,000 mahogany. Let me count the zeros. No, that's correct. 700,000 times 100. It's only 70 mil. So we'll be at 130 mil. Wow. I last time I did that calc, it was 100. Oh, sorry. That's not right. That's maple logs. There we go. Oops. Okay, dumbass. All right, 125 times 1.25 times there. That's better. Okay, that makes more sense. 80 mil, 90 mil, 90 mil. So we'll be at 150 right now if we were to somehow magically wake up tomorrow with all the mahogany logs. And then the plan for that after banking con at that point, it's just get woodcutting XP, right? The last 50 mil or whatever it is by the time we get around to that stage probably be Celiceps, I think, at this point. Celiceps are really nice AFK, and I think it's well over 100k per hour, something like that. Straight assured me today is not the day, Sig. And good morning. Actually, where is that? Where's my chambers log? So I, I DM'd you next. Those were my it's 2 KC Eldermaal. It was I got carried for my first KC technically, but the first KC that I actually did was the Eldermaal. That's the caveat there. That's why I have it too, because that was anyway. Point is, those are my first three purples, and those are the same first three purples that Sean has, just in reverse order, I think. So his next one, if he wants to be on par, would be Ancestral Top in like the next 10 KC or something. Straight doesn't even know what day of the week it is. What? Oh god, he's gonna be a pants victim. Serves him right. Oh, that's funny. Known issues. Some items are not currently receiving their intended trove or parchment protection when lost on death. We're working on adjustments to the affected items, reviewing additional cases where item protection behavior may not match expectations. Guys, just get rid of the trove or parchment system. That's all you gotta do. Just get rid of it. All untradables are protected, and they just become in a broken state. That's all you gotta do. Instead, they said, hey, here's 9 items, 9 unique items. Like there's different variations of the quiver and different variations of void and whatever. Okay. But effectively, there's 9 different items that you decide that you want to keep this trove or parchment system, and you couldn't even check to make sure all those 9 items were working as intended. Just get rid of the trove or parchment system. Just untradables are protected, and they come in a broken state, and they require a fee to fix. And it's not like the extra super combat ones are giving the PKers any more money. They're only giving 500 mil, or sorry, 500k each. That's like the cap of what the repair cost is. So just leave it at that. Like why the need for this? You have to get this 1.5 mil item, or sorry, you have to get this item and then pay a fee to first insure it, and then a fee every time it breaks. When the PKer only gets the fee when it breaks, right? Just get rid of the stupid initial insurance thing. All right, that's not farming. Dr. Jekyll showed up at my farm and thinks I'm gonna give him a Renar. Alright, so we're gonna try for at least 30 today. And we're gonna run until Pat gets here. He's coming over in the afternoon with his boys. Actually, is it? I'm sorry. My boss asked me one more time if I've heard back from that interview. I'm gonna smack him through my monitor. He's just as excited as you are. Probably excited to get rid of you. I'm kidding. But, you know, a genuine boss like that would be excited, so... And also, you know, think of it from the other standpoint, too, that if you have accepted a job, then he needs to, you know, make preparations to potentially replace you and do all that stuff. So the sooner he knows, the sooner he can go about his day and figure out what his next couple weeks are going to look like. But on the other hand, it's like, hello, I would tell you right away, so... Yeah, he would be the first to know, yeah. It's not like you're gonna blindside him and be like, sorry, or I'm gone now, see ya. He doesn't have these just annoying each other. Maybe he's autistic. Now you're making fun of a autistic guy. Just had a parasite. I heard a cat come in here. Tiger, is it you? Her skill of the day is sharks. Not off to a strong start. Next drop is Bloods. No mace today? Good. That's the attitude we need to have. Don't. Scars, let that die, please. I don't even get it. Because Nancy Pelosi's rich and old like a dragon. Dragon cannon barrel. Double Nancy Pelosi's. Is that the actual explanation? Yes. Straight came up with it. He's been trying to make it catch on, and Scars just won't let it go. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Straight, speak for yourself, or not speak for yourself. Stand up for yourself. Old and rich like a dragon. It has the same skull as the boss. I wait with bated breath. Looks like a Raziel sat in RS3. Okay, well, we will look at that. See if it's just because there's a skull on it or not. The crossbows can stay. Yeah, because they're not from RS3, they're from Diablo. Yeah, the idea of the crossbows is kind of growing on me. I was a little anti them. I don't know. Ascension crossbows are from RS3. Oh yeah, you think so? I'm just not sure about the limited ammo coming from raids, blah 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 blah. Unless you get an absolute fuck ton of it. You'd use them anywhere you'd use a blowpipe, of course. In other words, just something that's low defense that you would not use a T-bow at, basically. Very nice, very nice. Alright, what did he call it? Raziel's armor. Images. And then the new stuff. I think he's full of it. The helmet, maybe. So I can get these side by side. This one, is that good enough? Yeah. Maybe the helmet because it's sort of a crown thorny looking thing. I don't think so. No Monkey made a good point yesterday where, they're having this as an armor set. It's like, oh yeah, it's a mage melee armor set. You have the Staff of Balance here, which is Staff of the Dead. You don't really use that in any situation at all. And then on the did I oh, can I go back? Oh, alright. And then on this shield thing too, are you gonna be using it with rapier? If you're using rapier with stab, are you gonna be using it in oath plate? So this shield's kind of gaudy, and it only looks good if you're using white oath plates. What about the other armor sets that are not white? Why did I go here? That's why they approved Glamour, so we could fix their mistakes. No, I think the with Glamour, it's only if you have the plugin, it only affects your visual appearance of the game. It doesn't affect the wider. So people coming into the game don't see the gaudy colors and shit like that. It's the same reason why the splashing and lumberage was removed, just because, hey, new people coming into the game probably don't want that. It's not a really good look. I made all my armor puke green or pastelly, and just it kills the visual vibe. Yeah, to be honest, if No Monkey's big complaint is Fashionscape Plus, that's not his big complaint. It was one point that he brought up in that video. He likes the shield. I'm kind of indifferent to it. My issue with the shield is that damage you have to pass an accuracy roll. At least that's what it sounds like. Which means you're foregoing a lot of accuracy from the Navernic instead. He doesn't like the hybrid armor, and not for the reason I thought. He thinks it's... What am I trying? It's... Let's see if I could summarize it. One, it's awkward to use in a raid setting, which is kind of what it was being sold as, because you still need to have a ranged setup, and going from a hybrid melee mage to a range is kind of awkward. Your gear gets kind of jumbled and messed up, and if you've done a lot of TOB with more than... Well, I think, how do I summarize that? Shield scared me a little. That's the best damage off and everywhere. We're just getting 2 free flat armor with no... Well, it doesn't work on magic, first of all. And... it only works in places where you're having chip damage. If you're praying and getting full protection from parries, it's not going to be useful there. Like, for instance, Poseidon Nightmare. You're not going to want to use it here. Plus on the extra filliness and now 2 specs to click. And the trade-off is that your one-handed weapon is a lot less accurate. 30 stats on an Navernic is a lot. They tried selling it as like, oh yeah, you're gonna use this thing Infernal for melee. People in Infernal melee, they do Halberd now. You're not doing Rapier. Oh, one of his... Okay, I thought I remembered part of his argument. So in a Chambers setting, a raid setting, with that hybrid armor, you would bring more gear swaps, which would be better than the little bit of damage you're missing from bringing full armor swaps, I guess. Because if we had the space, we'd bring a couple more pieces of the gear, and I can echo that sentiment. CM is... You enter the raid with basically only gear, and you bank what you don't need for the rooms, and then you make adjustments and pull it out on a room-by-room basis. And the other raids are kind of similar, where if you had the option, you would want to bring more gear. Did I just forget to... Death charge? Zuck healers are typeless shield. I don't think that's... The Zuck healer's damage isn't an attack. And the reason we know it's not an attack is because it doesn't fail that sub 50 HP damage thing. So I don't think that would trigger that. It's just damage. Now, it would work on the earlier waves if you're just trying to pray mage and tank a bunch of melee. So the, you know, wear the full Justy for the damage reduction, wear that for the flat armor, and you'd be pretty tanky. Imagine that shield with the Thorns build from Leaks. Because defense stats-wise, I think it was similar to a DFS, slightly worse than a DFS in the terms of defenses, but it does have 1 more strength. Crossbows I'm okay with. I'm just not sure about the ammo only coming from raids. Unless there's some way to, like, chisel it outside or something like that, or some other way to farm it. It's the same concern I have with Vials of Blood. It's just, are you going to be doing this post-completion just for ammo to use it elsewhere? I don't like that idea. And then that's the same issue with the Mega Rare. Both the Mega Rare and those Ascension Bolts, or that Ascension Crossbow uses the same resource as well. Getting closer, I want to send an Autozuck Mage Tank. No monkey, cover your eyes for escape cheesing Infernal. I mean, a cape's a cape. Then you go back the second time with the Zuck Helm, or not Zuck Helm, a Slayer Helm. They're so, it's so... Those two things are one and the same for me now. It's only been a year. Slay Helm. Next time you go back in with a Slay Helm. So I hope with the next update to that blog, which they said it's probably going to be in 2 weeks, they also come with a beta to let us play with them and see how they work. It's one thing to write it up on a description, but it's another thing to actually get your hands on it and play with it. I am debating on stockpiling all of my Onyx bolts from here on out, though. What is he doing? Quest? Maybe he's wearing the robes. I'm guessing he's doing the quest, but have you seen more staunch example of a credit card warrior? The best weapons you could buy for 10 mil, I guess. Or best stuff you could buy for 10 mil. He's cute. It's called fashion. You wouldn't get it. Tell him his Akka cosplay is shit. It's okay. Alright, hold on. Oh, he's got bandos. Oh, there we go. And bandos boots. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, he's just doing the quest, but still. Credit card warrior bought 100 mil worth of GP, and that's what he bought. It's the cape. The cape and the DFS as a primary offhand kind of give it away. Surprised, because well, can you buy a Zamihasa? Do you only need to do barb training to make it? You let me down, Shadow. Wait.
It is done.
Huh?
But it is done.
Okay. There's nothing? Good.
Not spend money.
Okay. just slow to response. I cannot spend money sometimes. Can you think of a more girl thing to say? Nearing rate for jar, let's go. Yeah, I think I've stopped looking at the drop rates for stuff. Only when saying, hey, I'm X times the drop rate for rarity. Whatever. 50/50 rate for the jar is 2,800. So I'm already on the unlucky side. And if you include the, what, 100 something? Something nightmare. Double that. Yeah, we're almost there. Why is it more rare from Pisani, though? That makes no sense. Change the drop rate and give me some retroactive rolls at that table, man. Please. You bitch. Humble melee, though. Only missing Mace? We're missing Mace and Jar. But from Fasani specifically, if we get the Mace, we'll be done. And then we'll head to regular Nightmare to get the Jar. Even if you had the same kill times, regular Nightmare, the drop rate's twice as good. But I'm pretty sure Nightmare on the Mass World is going to be a lot faster KPH anyway. And it's also a lot more relaxed. The fight's a lot simpler. Mechanics are less punishing. The only two things that suck about the regular Nightmare is that your husks and parasites are not guaranteed to max hit when you hit them. And there's a lot of chip damage, but I'll probably just camp a Blood Fury the whole time. It'll be fine. But I can bring more food, more potions, because I don't need all of these swaps because I can't guarantee max it anyway. I'll probably dump the Shadow and go for Ayak, because I don't have to worry about the range. And I think using the Ayak is less expensive to use per hour. Then since I'm using the Ayak, then I can potentially bring even less mage switches too, because I don't particularly care about doing the most damage. Point is just stay there as long as I can to get as many KPH, and I probably won't be bringing 8-way mage switch for that. It's about 50% less expensive. Constantly firing shot is 1.5 mil an hour. Ah, I'm gonna die, because I'm reading chat. Constantly firing shadow is like 1.5 mil an hour, and Ayak is like 900k to 1 mil. Yeah, okay. I'm also at 2722, no Skirt, Eldritch, and Jar. Yeah, I've said a lot of already that if I had to choose to be missing either the mace or one orb, I would much rather be missing than the mace. Drop rate for 3 out of 3 orbs is close to 3,000 KC, so you're almost there. But missing one orb can really get you. The people that are in the high scores, the say top 50, more than likely the last thing they were missing was the orb. It's really bad to be missing an orb. I'm surprised you're missing a piece of Inquisitor at that rate, though. I've got 2 of the other. Well, only? And that's why I'm surprised that you only have that at that. You're only 500 KC behind me, and I've got 6 full sets. Recently got pet. So if you count up this divided by that and my average drops per kill is about 105. Yours must be significantly higher. I think you're probably on the unlucky side of just seeing drops with that. Unless you got like 10 maces or something, but sounds like you've only hit the Inquisitor table 4 times. Well, plus mace, 5 times. I'd like to fit Fortuna before the chains of Metro. Oh, yeah. I didn't consider that. Okay, that makes more sense then. I only had 242 before the changes, so most of mine has been post changes. Three mace, helm, 4 body, 3 staff. Must be nice. And like 6 times dry for a while, and then it started coming hot. My grind started out like that too. I didn't see anything for about 500 KC. And there was one day I think I got 3 drops in the same day or something like that. So within 30 KC it was really nice. Helped even out that bad RNG. And currently I'm 2.5 times dry for anything. So RNG is a fickle mistress. Alright, just gotta keep going. No, Sean. Ugh. One of these days we'll have some. Straight had the right attitude at the start of the day. Today is not the day. Now Sean's saying today is the day. So, alright, I guess it's gonna be tomorrow. Maybe. Nah, fuck the non-believers. Today is the day Sean gets caught and completes the set in 50 KC. That'd be crazy. I figured you'd want to go put that maul to good use. What he really needs is a light bearer. A maul is cool, but doesn't change much in the current situation. True, it just lowers the defense a little bit more. How did I do that? You get a bow. I don't think anyone else in Cox changes the situation much. True. Yeah, what Nick said. Ancestral's only good if you have Shadow to multiply it. That 1%'s not going to matter if you have Virtus. Oh yeah, I was going to check my Rune Iroh stack. $529,000. Surprised these two are white stacks again. When did I do a long session of Gauntlet recently? Is that still a holdover from 2 years ago when I did Gauntlet? The only reason I saved the Myth and Addy arrows again is just it was dumped in your inventory at Gauntlet. It's easier just to keep it there and throw it in the bank. And now that it's there, I sell some to the Rogue's Den when I go dump my alchables. It's a little bit of money from it. Not worth elking, but sell 50 at a crack at a few thousand GP per. Not bad. Per world, that is. Here for me is finished Slayer, if no teams, if teams, TOA. Literally everything is good for me. Cobb, Vernivernic, and from there it's Nex. It's a pretty solid plan. So if it one build, Bet and George who finishes Blarva first, Awakened, and Poetorva. Nice. Careful with those Zams, Sig. Those were my last item there, and it took me 11,000 next to get it. I have written confirmation that George has quit. In a rush to get that one biller. So one way George returns back to the game. will not speak it into existence. Surely this kill, you're a bit dry at the moment. Oh. Me too. If you do exclamation last drop, you'll see the last time I saw something. I want to say it was 250 kills ago, something like that. Yeah, so tomorrow it'll be well over 300 again, if we don't see anything today or tomorrow. You've been breaking the clan bingo, but trying to get it before Mega King. That's that's what I'm trying to do. Wanted to finish this boss for 5 months now. The whole plan was, alright, before Sombra, before Mega King. It's only 3,000 KC. Surely I can get it done before then. Well, I got the orbs done. I know once we start that, I'm not going to really want to come back, but at least in that eventual circumstance, I'll have that spec weapon, which will help the kills per hour a bit. I can't wait to send those specs in the last phase and it noodles. Ah, man, I missed the reliability of the Void Waker. No, come on. Four 43, so 240 something. I will be right back. Okay. Ah. Looks like our spec's about 75% accuracy on PNM. Can't wait to hit a 0 with it. That's what I'm saying. Even though on paper, DPS-wise, it probably is worth more as a spec, I don't know if I want to forego that versus reliable at least 30 plus damage from a Void Raker. It is a lower max hit too, so then why would I use that over Void Raker? Higher average hit, okay. So 13% better based on the current Gearscape info? Okay. So does it... Oh, that's right, because it does some weird multi-rolling accuracy thing, and then it sums together all the stuff, right? So each of the rolls has a 75% chance to hit. And then the more successful rolls it does, the more damage it does. Yeah, I thought they were a similar calc to how the claws worked. It's just versus the new Mega Rare, which rolls its damage from 0 to max, or 1 to max, I guess, X number of times based on their defense. Hello. We're back here at it again. Hey, Tom. Thanks for the 2 months Prime. Welcome back, sir. I need to hit the pillars now. We have upgraded you to an Iron Man helmet now. Oh, there's a whole other pillar yet. Oops. Let's get you an upgraded mace, please. Three stream streak. Good luck, good luck. Thank you, thank you. Getting back to the category of I just want to see something at this point. It sucks going dry for anything. And now that Inquisitor pieces are 100 mil each. Another egg, so surely a drop suit, if only. What's your egg count up to? I have way more than I should. Was it last week I got back-to-back eggs too? It was just so troll, man. Okay. Man just did a dash, and then I switched my prayer thinking, oh, it's prayer swap. I need to be done with this boss. I need to be done with this boss. I'm at 20 eggs. Should only have 17, so I'm net positive 3 right now. Still not as bad as Blexy. I think he has like 17 eggs in 1000 KC or something. Something like that. He's got way more than he should have. All I'm saying is let me turn in those dupe eggs for like a extra loot roll or something. You have 10? Oh, so you're actually owed a few eggs then if you were only 20, what'd you say, 20? Oh, sorry, that was Andy. Andy had that. I don't remember what KC you're at. 31. Okay, yeah. So you're owed. You're owed all the eggs that I have extra. You're welcome to take them. Kitty's meowing. I'll investigate that after this. Probably just Totoro being a bully again. Right in time for the mace drop. Let's see it. Only did I not avoid a shadow. Decided to take a hit. Be humble. Shadow. Thank you. Unlucky. Okay, give me 1 second. I gotta check on the cat. And the kitties are fine, as expected. But you gotta check anyway. I take her. Yeah, try to come steal my lap before the kitties get in here. Or are you just complaining about water? Water! Water! Oh, there's the kitties. He just wants to wrestle. Oh, they're both in here. I am surrounded by kitties. Oh. Your brother go. Mochi. What are we gonna do about him, huh? In my personal opinion, is 280 calories for breakfast a lot? Well, considering the average daily amount is 2,000, you're using 1/8 of that for 1/3 of the meals. I'd say probably not. Like, I'm guessing a bowl of cereal. Milk is probably 100 to 200, then a cup of cereal is something like that too. Like, that's a small bowl of cereal, right? I don't know. I don't eat breakfast. I get all 2,000 or whatever calories in one meal for me, so. Oh, hell yeah, I gotta go grab a drumstick vanilla fudge for breakfast. Sugar and fat. There you go. How about something with a little fiber in it, huh? Hey, there's fiber in the cone. Not done yet. Shoot. Sorry, imp, making you run across the room for one hit. Come on, Shadow. You're a mega rare. Act like it. Oops. 25 eggs. Oh boy. Now you got me beat. It sure seems like there's a lot. It's a lot more common to be the having too many eggs for your KC than on the other way around. You sure eggs are only 1 in 200? Hi, Tiger. Are you actually gonna sit in my lap this time? The other cat is sleeping, so come here. Come on. Yeah. 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 Do you want to? Yeah, come in before I go start the boss. Come on. Mm-hmm. There we go. Okay. Let's see how long you actually stay here today. Cat cam. Say hi to Tiger. She's the old lady of the house now. Chonk. Yes, Chonk incarnate. Nope, don't bite that. Black screen! Ugh. Not sure why it does that, because... Stop. Thank you. I wonder if I put up a second source for that in the, behind the monitor, so it's layered, you don't see it, but then it doesn't disable that source then. Good morning, Painted. She is making biscuits. Raku, you should join Big on Only Vasani. I'm hoping to be done by then, sir. Ironically, because of the Mega Rare changes and that stuff, I have a feeling Vasani is actually going to be one of the more popular tiles for people to do, because they put it off for so long. And this will be right after Blood Moon Rises, so odds are people will have that new spec weapon as well. I have a feeling a lot of people are going to want to do Vasani. Gonna attempt Nax in a master, watching stream, and eating oatmeal breakfast, all while working. Oh boy. Well, that's one of the benefits of the Mass World, is that you can duck out whenever you need to. You're not letting a team down or making them wait. I think I double clicked that. That was half the reason I did it on the Mass World. Get a random phone call and, well, I need to AFK for 20 minutes. Back then, the team sizes were like 5 or 6 man, so it's like, alright guys, wait around, I'll be right back. No. Nope. That's not reasonable. Do you change any settings on 117? Do I change any settings? No, I've pretty much been using the same one for a long time. With the same settings. If you do exclamation 117, I have a short video I made about it. Short, like like a minute, and I just scroll through the settings. So if you're trying to replicate what I got here, that'll walk you through it. The main things is I turned off the dynamic lighting and all the bloom effects and that kind of shit. I wasn't a fan of just color light puke every time any magical thing happened. And I also turned off the atmospheric lighting because otherwise it makes places like this very, very dark. Like this. It's a lot darker. You know, you won't see him do anything once the P&M tile is done. So you're saying I should only put 10 hours in? Nah, we got Zilly, we got Doom, and Tob. Nah, keep doing it even if he's done. Not been a fan of the whole drop must come from Visani because it disincentivizes you to group up as a team and do regular Nightmare. At the same time, nobody likes regular Nightmare. Yeah, but if it's one of the later tiles or last tiles, you increase your odds by doing regular Nightmare. Especially if you got lower skilled people that can't do Fasani consistently. It's like this year, we're essentially requiring a 10-hour minimum if you're going to sign up. I'm tired of seeing people that show up, or that sign up for 1 to 10 hours, put in like 3 or 4, and do it on mobile, and they could barely do anything. It's like, why? It's supposed to be like this, you know, very competitive, intense type of bingo, and you're putting in less than an hour per day for this? Like, you just signing up because you want an event point, I guess? I don't know, 10 hours minimum, 3 hours over 3 days, not that much of an ask, I think, for, again, something like a bingo. Whose bingo is this? It's the Kingdom bingo, my clan bingo. We're going to be hosting one in a few weeks. I think the issue with bingo is people can be impacted on their own fun and enjoyment and then don't play. Right. And, you know, the team captains do get to see how many hours you signed up for. And oftentimes the people that only put 1 to 10 in the past, they're usually last round picks or close to last round picks. Like, generally speaking, captains draft the people that are going to put in the most time first and foremost. And then there's also some skill aspects of, okay, this guy can do hard motab, this guy can't do hard motab. This guy's a new person to the clan, and he's going to put 40 hours. I don't know if I trust that. Made 4,000 PNX before PNM was announced for Nightmare? Oh no. Oops, that's gonna hurt. Oh, humble, thank you. Bro, I got the harm orb, I had to get the staff. I saw Pink got one the other day too. That imp is adorable, he is. But now I got him for thieving, even if they're even used for thieving anymore. You can. If you're, I mean, I prefer brews and restores. I can get more food per inventory space, but it's still 30 something HP. But then again, would you rather use that or dodgy necklaces? Oh, the dodgy necklace knew something was off. Yeah. Oh shit. Did I? Okay. Bloat 1 downing, bloat 2 downing, whatever. Maybe a top angle, but still, 4,000 is excessive. Now, if the jewel crafting minigame gets made, you'd be able to use them in the jewel crafting minigame. Did what it can, and at 117 it's still outdated though. There's a lot of new options. Oh, I need to update it? Oh. No way. I mean, I guess it has been about a year since I made it. It would make sense. The jewel crafting? Oh, it's not something that was actually announced. No, not the golem, not the golem. I was trying to design a jewel crafting minigame that would solve a lot of my problems with the game. Things like 1313 jewel crafting. Well, if you use these machines, it comes with its own mold, so you can do 1414 anthrocosmic runes in it, so it automatically enchants it for you as well for no magic XP. And while you're doing the mini game or doing the crafting here, there's a 1 in, let's say 2,000 chance, 1 in 3,000 chance that you craft an eternal gem of that tier, so eternal sapphire, eternal diamond, etc. That you can make eternal jewelry. So no more carrying 3 slaughter bracelets with you. You can just bring the one. No more bringing expeditious bracelets. You just bring the one. And it would be the perfect opportunity to finally introduce some of that stuff. Because I hate microchardscape. I hate chardscape. It wouldn't work on the Dragonstone stuff. It would just work on the lower tiers. Dragonstone should probably come from something different. But that's, you know, Dragonstone is rechargeable, so it's not as egregious. But if I have an external expeditious bracelet, I won't be able to see when it procs the reset. That reset mechanic needs to be per charge and not per bracelet. I'd much affect that. The gem economy, it's gonna use up the gems in the minigame. What do you mean? That's the whole point. I have tens of thousands of each tier of gem from raids and stuff because, there's no real use for that much. And lately they started dropping in cut form, which is worthless. That I don't even pick them up anymore. General Sapphire Ring is just suffering with defense. Well, so again, you have the Ring of Suffering, which is a chargeable version. You use Rings of Recoil on it when it have defense. So you'd get the Eternal Sapphire, you'd make a Ring of Endless Suffering, and then you'd make a Ring of Endless Recoil, or whatever the name of it is, and then you take that and you add it to the Suffering, and then becomes the Ring of Eternal Suffering. And see, I've already thinking about examine text for some of the shit too. Ring of Eternal Suffering. The examine text is just I do. And that's it. There you go. It'd make more sense if it was a diamond ring, but you know. Weird, that's what my wife calls her wedding band. Exactly. The Ring of Eternal Suffering. Hey, Jagex has come up with cheesier examine text, okay? Anyway, and then you'd make one with, Eternal Jade for the Amulets of Chemistry. And so you can use that on the upgraded one, so you get the 15% chance, unlimited charges. Because my issue with that is, yes, it doubles the charges from the Amulet Chemistry, but it uses them up 3 times as fast. So if you're planning to use them in all the herbler activities that you're doing, you actually have to make more Amulets of Chemistry over time than you did before, because they just don't stretch as far. Eternal Ring of Forging. So I was thinking with that, not just that for the iron, but if you wear the Ring of Forging, you get the coal saving effect when you're not at the blast furnace. It's gonna be very niche, but I guess if you really wanted to like make it go ham, you could just have have it stack with the blast furnace if you wanted. I know they're kind of hesitant to do that, even with that special coal that they made from Giant's Foundry, but Eternal Binding Necklace, yes. You would bring it to a dude. You bring the Eternal Sapphire to the dude that has the Amulet of the Eye, the one that teleports you there. And that becomes the Eternal Necklace. It's stupid micro chargescape that's just a bunch of management and wasting a lot of time to do other skilling activities. That's what I'm trying to get rid of. And then, if you got the game's necklace, you got the Ring of Dueling for teleports, you bring those with on your clue setups. The binding's not dumb, it's minor, but it impacts rates and effort, not overfill. I agree on the 2B stuff, though. Uh, okay, the problem with the binding now is that you do 3 binds per inventory instead of 2. You used to only do 2. And 16 charges on the binding necklace plus the 8 charges on the ring of dueling was a perfect balance. You do that, and then every time you'd run out of that stuff, you'd NPC contact repair your pouches. That was kind of the cycle. I did a lot of that from 75 to 86, I think, is when I did most of my lavas. And it was a great balance. Now, with the larger pouch, you do 3 binds per, and now it's an odd number. They should add a time to be able to do it after your first use, so that way you get 16 per necklace, but still need to recharge. So you just make it so the binding effect, 100% bind, lasts for 10 seconds or something after the. Yeah, okay. That would be an improvement. It's still microchargescape, and I want to get rid of it. I wanna sit in Guardians of the Rift and never leave for 30 hours. That's fine. We can have different opinions. That's right. That's why it goes to poll, and I doubt Jagex would do it anyways. But just think the reason people don't do lava is for the effort. This is zero effort with them. It's still a lot of use item on altar, that sort of thing. You still have a lot of teleporting. Just making runes the traditional way in general is a lot more effort than Guardians of the Rift. And if you do anything post 99, you don't even have to NPC contact. And now the lanterns from Guardians of the Rift are being used everywhere. So if you wanted, you could use a redwood lantern everywhere and never have to repair your pouches. That just removes that step from that whole process entirely. So that's already one less thing to worry about. And now you have the Ring of Elements, which effectively is infinite charges to the fire arena. Where do you bank with that? Oh, that's not swapped. My wife doesn't know how to do miter. Sync. Hold on. I think are people that stick at the game and use for them. Saying city, but yeah. In general, people usually vote yes to things that make the game easier. They remove some of that friction. But you're still gonna have to magic imbue everything. You're still gonna have to bring excess runes of the other type and use them on the altar instead of just clicking on the altar. You just have to manually fill your essence pouches. There's a reason why Guardians of the Rift is so popular. Traditional rune crafting sucks by comparison. Let's see. I think that Slayer Master being 70 and 100 combat is low, but that passed. I think 80 to 85 Slayer would be better for Slayer Masters, for example. Well, yeah, I don't like that they sold it as a, oh, it's not going to encroach upon Duradel. If anybody is doing Slayer and you're hunting a specific task or a few tasks, you're going to use this guy. The only drawback is that you're not always getting Slayer points for every task. You only get them when there's a modifier for Slayer points. But if you take this and you can Turiel skip it, who cares? You're effectively cutting down your Turiel skipping by a third. Because he gives you 3 tasks at once eventually. RC is my favorite skill. Oh, here we go. I just got 56 million XP. Completely agree with you. Eternal Binding Necklace would not break post 99 training whatsoever. Okay. ZMI was just more laws now, and I wanted to fill my necklace. Ah, I see. I have not had a law rune issue. I've never had to buy law runes since reaching Zulrah. Zulrah solved that problem for me long term. I've never had to craft them, never really have to buy them. I just had a ton from Zulrah. Yeah, post 99 skilling in general is a lot better than on the way to that. Those capes oftentimes give you some extra cool bonus that you don't get access to. Smithing, for example. Gold weaving or gold smithing with a max cape or the smith cape is so much better. You don't have to do a glove swap because the goldsmith effect is just baked into the cape. So you just camp ice gloves the whole time. It's so nice. The idea of someone with XP saying that it wouldn't break isn't a valid argument. Well, that's an argument from authority, but yeah. They have an incentive to get it easier, but also I didn't say break. Okay, so let's say someone with 200 mil came in and said, I've done it to 200 mil without the binding necklace, and I don't think it would break. What incentive does he have to make it easier then? If we're playing devil's advocate here. I think they missed the opportunity when they came out with the Amulet of the Eye. It should have come out with that regardless. And again, this is just one more step on top of it. You have to go and get that gem first, which is not going to be easy. I don't want it to be a 1 in 100 or something dumb like that. It's going to have to be in the thousands. And it'll probably require the eye to upgrade it. It's the missing gem. It's like, whatever that gem is from or the green gem from Doctor Strange, the Time Stone. It kind of, well, no, because that's the Eye of Ra from the necklace. Well, it is kind of the Eye of, God, what the hell is it called? Doctor Strange. What's the amulet called? Eye of Agamotto. So it is an eye. Yeah, thank you. So it's just like that. It's an emerald. It's like, it's thematic. It's perfect. And then you can make a call. You can make the examine text on that something about time, or I don't know. It's all coming together. Because the break thing comes into play. I never said that right, but the person with zero mail wouldn't have an incentive. XP rates just ease of farming. Saying someone en route to grind XP isn't on its own objective view. The person might be 100% object, not reflecting on them. Just stating XP gained. Yes, because it is just an argument from authority. It's not a logical or rational argument. It's just saying, hey, in my experience, I don't think this would be broken. It's about objective appearing and looking at it as what's good for the game. And so, but again, and this is where I'm coming from. I don't think microchargescape is good for the game. I think it's a tedious, non-value add waste of time. And it's not an interesting gameplay mechanic. It's no more interesting to me than having to spam click herbs on the herb grinder in Master Mixology. Default is 2 tick. If you spam click, it's 1 tick. I don't think that's a meaningful gameplay mechanic. Jagex has said so themselves. It's not a meaningful gameplay mechanic. And then they seem to forget the lessons that they've learned and do it again. So, anyway. I don't think having to grab and equip another piece of jewelry, which saves 2 ticks, one to withdraw from the bank, one to equip it, every 16 trips, if we do it your route, is really gonna affect the XP rates that much, is really gonna subtract from the experience that much. The gameplay experience, not the rune crafting experience. And on the other side, you're still gonna have to do a ton of jewel crafting to get it again. It just won't be specifically making binding necklaces. The idea was you're gonna be you're working in a jeweler shop and people are looking for specific stuff, and you're gonna make the jewelry of the tier that they want, and occasionally, and I mean pretty rarely, the machine's gonna malfunction and you're gonna get an eternal gem from it, of whatever tier that you were crafting. So you're still gonna have to craft thousands of emerald jewelry of some sort. It just won't specifically be binding necklaces. And then as a reward for putting in all that effort, just looking at the numbers, I don't know how much it would impact. It's 2 ticks every 16 trips is all that would affect. And then Ring of the Elements, you don't even have to manage the charges anymore, because you can tell the bank to withdraw it at maximum charges. You're not doing 1,000 trips. Well, okay, maybe if that's the only thing you're doing in the game, maybe you do 1,000 or 10,000, 10,000 trips. But if you ever bank your inventory or take a break and do something else, the next time you withdraw it, it's full again. I mean, Aether runes are going to be fine if they go down. Cost to be associated with Soul's Cosmic. I think the binding necklaces are a pretty minor amount of that. The thing with Aether runes is just that it costs a soul rune to make. Because right now the only way you can craft them is with soul runes. We don't have access to the True Soul Altar. They're probably going to go down quite a bit once you get the other way. Because then you can use Chaos runes to start it. One tick open, one tick pull out, one quick minimum. Well, you have to open the bank. You're already going to be in the bank because it's between a trip. So your cycle's going to look like I deposited it. First thing you're going to do is, oh, my necklace bound or broke, so you withdraw that. That's one tick. Maybe have one tick of mouse travel. Probably not going to happen, but oh shit, I'm dead. Ooh, humble. And then you have in the bank interface equip, and then you go back to filling up your rune essence pouches again. Anyway. But this concept I was questioning impact of the game. TB's agree, necklace agree. I need to pay attention here. Phase. And on the TP necklaces, they're even less egregious because you already have that in your house, essentially, with the jewelry boxes. It's just a convenience thing for clues to not have to teleport your house every time. Okay, you're gonna hit me for 25, 24. Okay, so I can redemption. Or just, kill it before the redemption, that'd be nice too. It may give other items a use case, so it may actually be more beneficial. I'm just trying to focus on, again, meaningful gameplay loops and mechanics, and managing charges is not one of them. I was very, very glad when they finally added this configure charges thing from the bank. I'm just sad that things like Scythe, you still have to go to the pool to fill it. In fact, we should probably do that. It's almost empty. Like, is this a meaningful gameplay mechanic? Me having to go here and go, oh, I need brains not working. 17, 16, 700, 167? 167 charges. You submerge it into the pool. But it's thematic, though. And I don't want the well in the house. I know someone or some people are suggesting put a well in the house. No, I want it. I want to pull it from the bank and it's ready to go, so I don't have to think about the charges. That's why I was really, really happy also when they made the BOFA, wherever it is, infinite, corruptible, so you don't have to manage that crap. I wish the armor was. Give it a similar 1,000 shard requirement or something like that. Well, then the BOFA has no cost. Let's see, it's 100 plus million item. You need 6 armor seats to run with it. You have to charge it with several thousand charges or several thousand shards and give you hundreds of thousands of charges that you'll never hope to use up, probably. Whatever. Whatever. Uh, what? Cat demands water. I'll be right back. Yeah, I took a leak too. What of it? No. Anyway, I need to find the motivation to continue working on it. I have a script mostly written. Last time we talked about it, it was originally I was going to have different amalgamations for each type, but I think it's simpler if it just rewards one eternal gem, and then it doesn't matter what piece of jewelry you're making, so you're not stuck making a piece of jewelry that you won't ever need or won't ever want, whatever. And then you'll make them to order, trying to generate it, and yeah. We gotta work on that. We gotta get some info. We gotta design some infographics trying to convey all this stuff. Come up with clever names for all of them. I have a few. Some of the other ones I'm not so keen on. There's only so many words that you can use to convey that it's eternal or endless or timeless or infinite. The main thing is just trying to come up with a good gameplay loop for the minigame itself. The rewards are one thing, trying to keep the minigame interesting is another. You jerk. Okay. 5 business days to get there. And so you know, I know I scoffed a little bit about rune crafting being your favorite skill. I don't mind the skilling loop, I think. It's not one of my favorite skills, I think it's a little undertuned as far as how much effort goes into how much XP you get. And each of the essence taking up an inventory space. Mining, on the other hand, you could add a 0 under the mining XP per hour and I still would hate it. I don't like mining. We have so many varied ways to train it, and I still don't. I don't like it. We're good to sell 120k per hour without tick manipulation, isn't it? Or mining a daily or much lower. If you're using Dale, sure. But if you're not using Dale, I think Lavas is probably the best XP per hour, and that's caps out at like 70k an hour. Plus, you need the binding necklaces and that. I have a lot of pure essence already from chambers already, that sort of thing. So I think time-wise, efficiency-wise, it's better for me to use up that stuff rather than go do Dale essence and speed up the use side of things. Unless I had some AFK stuff that I wanted to mine Dale AFK, and then it would speed up the active time, I guess. Then the question is, would I rather AFK blood or soul runes and then use my active time using up my regular pure essence, and how would that pan out? Because yeah, soul runes is like 40k an hour. Pure essence at ZMI is still 72 to 75k per hour. Okay. Yeah, and it's definitely gone up because of the colossal pouch. You can bring more per. I guess that'd be the last use of my stamina pots then. Well, last furnace. You know, with ZMI, you don't need to make no stinking binding necklaces. Chargescape, I like that term. Oh, it's a pretty common term. At least I think it is. I don't think I came up with it. If I did, it was a play off of Shopscape, you know? Going around buying all the stuff as an Iron Man. I also like cape spake. Most of the things I like in this game give me something for the cape slot. Well, like the capes are Capes of accomplishment, capes of achievement, right? Even in the RuneScape board game, yes, I played the RuneScape board game. We did one full campaign with the base game. The capes are an achievement. Hey, you got uh, you did one of the main objectives in the game, and then you get to pick one. You can either pick the Infernal Cape, the Ranged Cape, the Magic Cape. I don't remember which one of the Skilling Capes it was, but it's one of those. And then I think there's 5 capes. I can't remember what the fifth one is offhand. Oh, speaking of that game, so you know, Abyssal Whips, right? They're pretty iconic, so it's like it makes sense that this would be in that game. They have that as a hybrid range and the melee weapon. You have to have a certain level of ranged skill to use a whip in that game. It's just weird to me that, like, what? But it's a melee weapon, though. How odd, yes. It was worth getting. It was worth picking up and trying. It kind of gave me Pandemic vibes, if you're familiar with that board game, where every time you move around, the threat kind of grows, and you have to, as much as you want to move around and go and train your skills and do these side quests and things like that, every time you enter the city, the threat level grows, the threat level grows, the threat level grows. It's like, ah, I can't do anything. They even incorporated bots in that game. So in the we played with the Color Romancer expansion on top of the base game, and you can add or subtract any of the expansions you want, pretty much. And in that Color Romancer expansion, there's a noob that starts out in Lumbridge, and you have to do a skill check to try and identify if it's a bot or a noob. I don't know. I thought it was. There's a lot of callbacks to this game. Obviously, it's RuneScape, but a lot of if you know, you know type of things. And I was nerding out every time one of those popped up with between my wife and Pat, the guy who's coming over today. At the time, I don't think Krista was playing RuneScape a whole lot then, so she only got a little bit of bits and pieces from me. So all this stuff was going way over their head, and like, oh yeah, that makes sense. This makes sense, and I gave him the same spiel about the whip. It's like, the whip is a melee weapon. It's not ranged. Why do you require ranged? Oh, I'm not buffed. Alright.
I'm gonna see if Moji is in here.
Yep, she's taking a nap. You know where Totoro is?
Upstairs.
Okay.
And on that thingy that's next to the sliding door. Whatever that's called.
Oh, the window, the sunbathing shelf window thing? Yeah, okay. You're preventing her from getting her beauty sleep.
I think all she needed was to because she's having to practice it.
Fishies! If I had to have fishies, I'd rather have those than bass, that's for sure. They might actually see some use.
Wait, maybe.
Zeke and Watson. I asked him to go scoop the litter boxes, and he's like, "Can I do it later?" It's like, well, Pat and the boys are coming in the afternoon, and they're gonna be here all day. Later to me means tomorrow. Like, no, you need to, you need to do it today. I briefly wondered if you could build a no unique all supplies boss loot table, and then realized he exists. It's called Vorcat. Or Muspa. I mean, Muspa, aside from the Venator shard, doesn't really have anything but supplies. And, you know, once you get your Venator bow, that's just essence, essentially. So I consider that just supplies. We're not done yet. Thank you, Thrall. Or Mole. Mole's another one that doesn't have any uniques. Not great on supplies, but... Cannonballs are from Muspar are juiced. I put them to really good use. So I noticed that this boss had cannonballs on the table, and I kind of wrote it off as, yeah, it's not going to be really worth it. I was right. In the 3,000 kills I've done, I've gotten 30,000 cannonballs. By this point, I had probably 300,000 cannonballs from Corp. Because he drops them 2,000 at a time, you know, pretty regularly. I still think it's fine if they change it from 666 to 670. Like, why? You know, the JMod that made the table is thinking, ooh, 666, and then someone else reviewed it and like, no, we can't have that. They're gonna think we're devil worshippers by throwing this in the game, so make it 670. And nowadays, like, if that was done this year, people would be like, oh, you're just playing into the 6-7 meme. Elfie was probably like, no. I would like to hear the actual reason behind it, though. Now, to be fair, it was not a whole lot of dev time to change that. Changing numbers like that on a loot table, pretty easy to do. That's why the summer sweep up with the gear balance changes. Oh yeah, Solar Brax, just make the damage dealt every stack equals 0. Change the stats on the mace itself to increase its strength by 4. And change the duration for when stacks lose, or when you lose stacks, to 50 ticks instead of 20, whatever it was. So 3 pretty minor changes dev resource wise, and pretty significant changes to actually how the weapon functions. Let's put it this way, it probably took them more effort to make the axe head bigger on the Yama version of the Solar Brax than it will to make the stat changes to the Solar Brax. I'd be willing to take that bet. Okay. Being real stingy with the elite clues again. Oh, sorry, did I wake you? I'll be No, Dobnak's not on the twins anymore. Dobnak got traded from the Twins last year and signed with Seattle in the offseason. I don't know fucking sports, dude. I know because I asked about it. Okay. I know he's been doing AAA since his injury. I haven't heard anything since. He hasn't been in fucking Discord forever. And when he does come in Discord, it's just to share webcam photos of his new kids, which or not new kid. Why did I say new kids? No, of his young kids, and that's about it. I haven't really chatted with him in quite a while. What are my thoughts on the new Raids 4 content? So I like the Mega Rare. I don't like the Charge-scape part of the Mega Rare. I don't like the hybrid melee armor set. I'd much rather have a actual best in slot use case for something like mage elemental weakness and that sort of thing instead of a hybrid set, which is weakest in both styles if it's being used. It's like an upgraded version of the Blue Moon stuff. And while I'm not opposed to having a hybrid armor, I just don't think it should come from a raid. One of their main selling points was, oh, you can bring it in as a learner for raids. It's like, yes, you want us to do the hardest raid to get a armor set to go learn the other 2 raids. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Oh, we got a few of them at least. Didn't even death charge. The shield, I'm not sold on. I don't really see the use case. And the more I think about the crossbows, the more I think I like them. The other part about the charge-scape with the melee weapon is that it's competing for resources with the bow, and now you have 2 things that need a dedicated resource from the raid. I don't know how that's gonna play out. Do you think they'll bring out a new best in slot magic cape like they did at some point? Yeah. Now, traditionally, they've come from wave-based challenges. One of their initial pitches for Doom was to come out with a mage cape, and then they walked it back with the same thing I just said, where they're usually coming from a wave-based challenge like that. So my guess would be whatever the next wave-based challenge would be, it's going to be a mage cape. Because we already have the melee and the range now, so it would make sense. And it would be cool to see, I don't know, a rune saving effect on it or something, even if it's 5%, something small. Hello, Bitsy. See, and then on the other side, they're making this untradeable, which increases your elemental spells by 2 damage. The base max hit by 2 damage. And then because that screams to me like they were planning on making an elemental weakness set, and then their response was, well, we didn't see a lot of talk or discussion or interest in an elemental set. It's like, okay. So, but you left the you left the elemental spell damage in there, and probably have designed the raid around elemental stuff. And then you also took steps to make harm more common, but then you don't give us an elemental armor set? I don't know. It's weird. Forgot how much GP Hydra shits out? Yeah? Which is why we say once you get the Hydra, your money problems go away, and most people can finally fund 99 construction once they get there. Not just GP, also the herbs. Holy. We need more bosses like that. I haven't done this in years. Why are you there? "50 task at Hydra for points." This bingo ended up being Hydra. Oh. Oh, at corner, yeah. Let's go dry it. Hydra and CG, and your maxing budget is sorted. Yup. Weird, Runelite duped my Boomer cheat chest and named it Konar? Huh? Runelite's the default Runelite drop log for this boss has been really funky. It increments the total KC by 1 every day that I log in and use it. So it looks like I've killed 3,384 in the drop log, but the correct number is the number of big bones I have, which is 3221. So it's like 160 higher than it should be. And again, I think it's every day it just increments it by 1. I don't know why. Ah, shit. Yeah, so I'm excited for the Mega Rare, not just because it's a good crush weapon. I'll be done with, hopefully, I'll be done with this boss before then. Given that's coming out in 4 or 5 months, I better be. Holy shit. Um, but it's cool that it has a 3-tick attack speed mode that you can go with it. And so that's going to be really good with 40 strength bonus and a bunch of accuracies and stuff like that for something like a Tob if you're a melee roll. Its extra damage rolling thing makes it so it might be good in more places than it ought to be. Things like Tob, for instance. Scythe should be better than it in Tob, but it might overtake Scythe in a few of those places, which is kind of weird. Slash basis, not just crush bases. Everywhere it's crushed, this thing is just, it kills. Compared to, you know, Scythe here, compared to anywhere that we have crush weapons, it's like a 40% plus increase DPS wise. It's insane DPS wherever the thing is weak to crush. And then the crossbows are like an upgraded blowpipe. Not that I use the blowpipe a whole lot of places for a DPS weapon, but anywhere that's 0 defense, it's gonna be better than that. Did I just not summon a thrall? Yeah, I fished up like a million Karam 1G. And Hunter Rumors came out, and it was like, ah, well, there's like 40 mil cooking I don't have to get. So I have way more Karam 1G than I'll ever need now. It is going to be interesting, because I might be able to do aerial fishing, get shark lures for key halves. Although at that point, would it be better just to catch sharks directly? Come on, fuck. Remember Brazil just doing sharks and Valimar with his lures? He's a main though. If you're a main, that is the way that you should do shark, or you should get key halves for sure. Because you can do 5 at a time, your catch rates are really high, and you just buy them from people that are not doing it, and they're really cheap. And sell the finished product when you're done. I went and did 1 shark lure per catch. It's still a much greater increase of catch rate than without it, but they last a lot longer, and I ended up getting a ton of sharks from it. Videos for that. So since I don't really have that option, that's the other main reason we're doing calcified rocks. Which we'll be doing for about 5 hours today. Maybe more than that. The other problem with playing... Well, okay, so we're not going to be playing Frosthaven in person today. But... when we play board games, I usually play that on the side. Now when we play with Kelsey and Kyle, Krista's cousin and her husband, we use an app that helps us manage the board, because there's a lot of components to that stuff when it's all on the table physically. And it takes care of managing the monsters, managing HPs, XP trackings, buffs, debuffs, that sort of thing. But it requires you to be on your phone and sharing that stuff. And unfortunately, with RuneScape, at least we're going to be getting it soon, but RuneScape, you can't do both. And yeah, so that's going to be changing, where RuneScape can be a window picture-in-picture type of thing, and it won't log me off every time. I guess the other thing I could do is do the multi-window thing. I did that once. I was driving somewhere and I had GPS up, so I could AFK fish for 30 minutes, or AFK salvage for 30 minutes. I need to get back into salvaging. Right now my ship is docked at the Rainbow Crab Island. I did a couple hours of that yesterday. I think if I do 1,000 crab a day, I'll be done in 2 weeks. So if I just stick to that, grind it out, I can leave my boat in Aldrin and maybe I'll actually fish overnight. Salvage overnight. So I've done the Zero's Prayer of Archive kill, and I can consistently get 3 minutes and 3 kill trips. Am I ready for the Fist Only Vorkath kill, or is that a bad idea? Well, Fist Only means you can still use a shield, or you know, I would probably say an Avernic as an offhand. Use super anti-fires. That one is best if you have a Slayer task, though, and then you use your Slayer helm and an actual necklace, because the thing about the salve is that it scales heavily off of your strength, and most of your strength comes from your weapon. So salve is not really that good there. But if you have a task, Slayer task plus a good necklace, and some sort of defender offhand to help with that accuracy, I think you'd be fine. You don't need a task, it just would make it a little bit easier. You have a DFS, and my ranker is much better than my nade is not helmet I'm using. Yeah, again, the main thing that you're gonna need is accuracy, because again, you're losing a lot of that when you're not using an actual weapon. So defender for the accuracy, good necklace for the accuracy. Do that after being a when Turiel inevitably gets zombies. That's smart. What the? Bunch of addicts around here. Speaking of energy drinks, so one of Chris's favorite brands of the actual canned stuff is Ghost. They made a 7-Up flavored one, which I got an extra can for me to try today. She drank hers yesterday, and she's like, "Yep, it's 7-Up." Like, all right. Paid, I don't know what it was, $2, $3, something like that for a bigger can of 7-Up with more caffeine. Got it. 62 raids dry, nothing but 450s and 500s. Die a few times at most. This is sad. Well, when you die, you lose like 20% of your potential or something. It's very significant if you die, especially if you die late. Early death's less impactful because you don't have as much points to lose, but If you die room 3, room 4, you're losing a lot of points, a lot of potential. It was, you know, in those situations, it might even be better to go down to 350 if you're consistent and not die. So I like running 350s for the consistency. Ghost kicks your ass, wakes you up. Well, I mean, it's like 200 plus milligrams of caffeine and only 16 ounces. Cup of coffee, so 8 ounces, is 90. I guess it's about 2 cups of coffee at once. Maybe a little bit more. Did like 5 times in 62 raids. Not too bad. Again, all depends on where in the raid you're dying. My boy's trolling, Matt. Well, you can't count that then. Your total rate potential is probably like a 300 or less or something like that if you're dying that much. If anybody dies, by the way, not just you. Humble melee. You get bored off of, then you're gonna have to go a lot longer to get drops. Swing, come on, Scythe. No, you let me down. I got money, I don't care. Why are you doing TOA then? And if you say just for fun, well then what does it matter if you're not getting purples? You have money. You can't have it both ways, dude. Sending it for the vibes, but I'm so dry! Okay. Just waiting for new raid to start. Those drops will be nice off there. Well, yeah, they're... The Mega Rare will be over max cash, because it always is. That was not humble. How dare. That said, there's not going to be any easy mode, and you're going to be... If you wipe, you have to restart the raid, at least for the first few weeks. When do I think the new raid? In a month? Well, we're just getting Blood Moon Rises in like 2 weeks. Wouldn't make a whole lot of sense to release the biggest content of the year 2 weeks after the other biggest content in the year. They said autumn, and it's currently summer, so if I were to guess, I would say it's not going to be until November. I mean, and the thing I said too, like, we just got the initial pitch for raid awards that they need to discuss and analyze, and it's going to take them 2 weeks to digest the feedback and make an update to the blog with the new stuff. We're not going to see it for the next few months. Coming winter, I bet. They said winter originally, but I think because winter typically means December, January, February of next year, They're like, well, no, it's coming out this year, guys. It's not going to be another Deadman mode winter 2025, and it comes out in January of the next year. It's going to come out in autumn, which again can mean November. Shit, don't hear. Oh, you piece of shit minion. Anyway, autumn at the very latest would be like November, which is right before the holidays. I think that makes sense for me. Gives them a couple weeks to fix some of the stuff before Christmas, and then they can take their winter break. Let's try that again. I have the right necklace on. Okay. I had to clip that. Jerk. I never died. Dasani, you don't have proof. Don't believe your lion eyes. There's also no need to clip it because, you know, it's in the VOD. Only once in 100 kills? I'd say my KDR is probably worse than that. Talking to stream, getting distracted. Generally just being a papega. So probably close to over 30 kills in for the day already, so I'm starting to get a little tired. Spirits are high though. I'm feeling pretty good today. I believe the war is over. Please, God, don't break the treaty in a day or two. Can't afford high gas prices in summer already. Last time I went to the gas station, gas was down 50 cents already, so... Where do you live? Chicago. Downtown at the moment, it's like $6. Okay, that might be a bigger problem. Would it be worth going out of the city and driving like 20 miles to for a faraway gas station or something? Cause it's like $3.50 where I am. Minnesota. But yeah, high urban city population thing like that makes sense. I have an electric scooter. I'm not even buying gas. Nah, I get what you mean now, because while you may not personally be using it, it is still affecting the transportation industry. And therefore, cost of goods goes up because it takes more to transport it. I do have a sports car. Okay, if you have a sports car, I don't want to hear you complaining about it. Get the price of gas. All 3 gallons per mile that they are. But I can't afford to take it out. I don't think you can afford a sports car then, my guy. M5 BMW? That's a car thing. I don't know what that means. BMW, I know, is a car brand. I don't know what an M5 is, though. I'm not a car guy. Does she have curves, though? M5 BMW. Let's Google it. It's too boxy for me. I'm not a big fan of that dual nostril grille look that they got going on either. 2021. Alright, let me look. 2021. Not this still got that dual nostril looking grill thing going on. See, I would see that. I wouldn't even know it was a sports car if I saw that on the road. That's how much it doesn't look like a sports car to me. But I am not in that world, so... L8, 18 miles per gallon. Not bad. Hell, my Trailblazer was only like 16 back in the day. 18's decent. Yeah, maybe once the house is paid off, save up for like 5 years. Maybe we'll go out and buy a new vehicle. But then my kid will be ready to drive and probably need one for all the stuff he's doing. You had a track hawk, I bet. I don't know what that is. I had a Chevy Trailblazer. It was white with black trim. I liked it a lot. That was too big. My wife wouldn't drive it. So when we moved down to one vehicle, we saved the other one instead and sold mine. Trackhawk's an engine. Okay. I don't know. Keep looking to see if Pat has logged on. Not today, Junior. Nightmare Staff. Haven't seen one of those in a while, actually. When was the last Nightmare Staff? 1951. It's been 1500 KC since we've seen a staff. Well, at least we broke the dry streak. Oh, then it's also, another failed Inquisitor roll, and we missed the 8% when we hit the Nightmare Staff to get the mace as well, by the way. 34:68 p.m. Nightmare staff number 7. Well, I guess on the plus side, I can stick a harm orb in it. Look at that, 4 harm staffs. Let's go. I would be able to have this volatile, but I dropped a staff over earlier for my wife. So it's kind of wild. We have more orbs. Well, now equal orbs and staffs. Come on, game. Making the big push for Night Hunter with rumors. Is it more beneficial to use the meat for food or for the Moonlight Moth mix? So the lower tier food, I don't use ever. So the Kiat, the Pyre Fox, even the Sunlight Antelope, I don't really use. Dashing Kebbit, if you've been stockpiling that from those rumors, might be beneficial because I think they're 21 HP and they give run energy or something. So those might be useful. And then the Moonlight you'll want to save because they're the highest healing food as a single or as a they're the highest healing hard food that we have, albeit over 2 instances of heal. But the lower tiers, yeah, you can just use them for Moonlight Moth mixes if that's where you are. And you don't need the cooking XP. Oh, what am I doing? Oh, good. Okay, yep. Pair swap is a thing. Let's go rebank and try it again. That wasn't the mace anyway. The first keep for the new crafting method. Unfortunately, yes, that seems like what we should be doing now. I don't have that option, so then again, it will be able to bank a few from those goats, and so we'll use up what we get from the goats, and that's about it. Pink, are you in here? How dare you? Show yourself, you coward. Oh, it was you that was jingling? Okay. I don't think I turned death screenshots on. Oh, there he is. Hi. Congrats on your harm, by the way. Do you have a staff to put it in yet? Oops. Throwing birds again? Question mark? This is the exact same guy. God damn it. It was the exact same guy fighting with when I asked what's going on the other day. Black had extra staff, so I got one for it. Super niche. Or super nice. Since I have shadow, but really cool. Well, yeah, it'll be useful. I have a feeling the raid, because we're getting elemental damage, is gonna need people to be on the standard spell book anyway, so. You are throwing birds. Oh, okay. Okay, I got you now. You're talking the weapon I'm using, the shadow. I gotcha. Sorry, I thought you meant fighting, like fighting the other person in the chat. I was confused. Yeah, so this it's actually a giant scarab that it's shooting out of there. Because the staff came from the desert raid. And the desert's all like Egyptian themed and that stuff. So I gotta say, I'm sorry, Anomaly, we're not gonna be playing Frosthaven today. My buddy Pat, who we've been playing Frosthaven with, he's coming over in person in sometime in the next hour, I would say. So we'll be continuing Frosthaven tomorrow. What? I know! I'm actually excited. He started playing the Blink Blade, and I think I'm starting to understand how to play the Hive. I just gotta get better at managing where my turrets end up because they can't move, so. I retired. Oh yeah, yeah, so the Crashing Tide just needed a couple more challenges, which we did. And then it was another 2 scenarios later, or 3 scenarios later, before he was able to retire his Snow Speaker. His scenario was tough, man. It took us... We tried for 1 whole day to get through that one, and it was not going well. And one, I was trying to figure out how to play the Hive, and it's not an easy class, and then I realized that, oh, the Hive is actually better suited as a ranged class instead of trying to be the tank like I was doing for the first few attempts. And after I got that set up, it worked better. It took us a few more attempts, but we did end up getting it. And then the follow-up was a boss, which took us another 2 attempts to figure out. I thought it was really cool with that scenario though, because the scenario previous to that, you had to go and grab a few elemental cores. Oh god, we're only in phase 2. And then slot them in the thing. And whatever cores that you picked, those were the demons that you had to fight during the fight, which is really, really interesting to me. And then the boss fight were the other 2 demons you didn't pick. So in the boss fight, we had to deal with flame demons and night demons because we opted not to kill those, we opted not to do those in the first 2 scenarios. I just thought it was really interesting that you picked your poison, and the scenarios are essentially different for everybody that goes through that. Which it's nice to know beforehand, so that when I play it with my wife and her cousin and her husband, I'll be able to like, just so you guys know, whatever we pick here is what we're gonna have to fight in the next scenario. So, and whatever we don't pick, we're gonna have to fight in the boss scenario. So just be aware of that. I hate Night Demon, I do too. Not as much as I hate Sun Demons though. God. Sun Demons weren't bad when I had a good single target melee guy and he was very tanky. But then I switched to Hive, and Hive doesn't really have really high hitting heart stuff. It hits like 3s. Anyways, it was a struggle. I had Meteor for the Night Demons because hazards don't get disadvantage. Ah. I don't know what Meteor is. Oops. Oh, I'm gonna have to eat over that. I guess I could have propped it. Did I just screw myself with that? Okay, well, we got 2 Void Rakers, so... Yeah. Come on, Scythe. Good boy. More bass. Never back to back. So unlucky. Yeah, he's playing the Blink Blade now, and it's interesting. It'll be an interesting starting class. I don't know which one of us is gonna play it eventually, but cool to see. What other classes do we have that we haven't tried yet? Oh, I need to make a note to myself. I need to equip that squirrel. I forgot it. Anyways, it's been tough because you start new characters, you don't have any real gear. You have a little bit, and you're starting low level, not a whole lot of perks, and you're 3 weeks of off the boss fight to retire my banner. Was he on the elemental the enhancements quest line for that too? Yeah? Okay. Yeah, you'll have the lead up scenario first, and then it directly links into the boss scenario. Right now we're trying to go around get me my new quest is killing 2 bolt shooters, 2 Algox guards, and 2 lurker claw something or another, whatever they're called. And so we did one scenario with Algox, and now we're doing some scenario on the ship for the lurkers. I don't know if we have any scenarios with bolt shooters right now. Might have to wait on that, but anyway. 3-room machine kills, retire shackles, and 8 challenges. Becoming a shackles fan. That's another class I've not encountered yet. I don't know what the... Well, maybe we have, and I don't know it by the code name. If I have one complaint about the Gloomhaven community, it's that. We're so sensitive to spoilers that we can't call things as they are. I get it, it's a multi-year long game. You want to get as much out of it as you can. I didn't enjoy it at first, but then I tried a different build and it finds way better. That's what I'm finding with the Hive too. Especially once you get your long-range multi-target type stuff, it's clear that it's meant to be a ranged class first and foremost. And I'm being a little more conservative with my bots and only having like 1 or 2 out at a time. And because originally I thought with all the swap cards, like, oh, I'm supposed to go here, swap, do this, swap, and do this, and swap. And it's like, well, no, you don't need to. You should swap when you feel like you should. I'll try not to spot. I'm not as sensitive to that. In fact, I'm usually the opposite. Especially when it comes to the deep secrets of both games. I started diving through the box. Not Frosthaven yet, but on Gloomhaven. I dove through the box, and I even plotted a whole scenario map of Gloomhaven after our first playthrough. Just trying to find like the optimal good ending, whatever. And so I cracked open all the round events, where they're from, what do they give. I haven't done that yet on Frosthaven yet. I do have the scenario books on over there. Trying to go through the puzzle book and stuff. I wonder though now with him being Blinkblade if we have a chance at doing the how's it called? The one scenario that we tried with my Bone Shaper and I didn't have enough movement for it. So you have to go through and you have to knock out like 7 pillars in this massive map. And every time you get hit by a deep terror, it's oops. Focus, dude, please. Every time you get hit by a deep terror, you lose a card temporarily, and you only get them back when you hit the things. Every time you open a door, you lose a card too. F that scenario. That's what I would say. We tried for a while. I just didn't have the damage output and the movement with my minions. I mean, it didn't help. The game was not cooperating with us here. Turn 1, ooze split. Ah, fuck. And now you have 4 oozes to deal with. Good. That one actually might be a good one for the hive, because I can send my leggy boy to go attack the furthest one, swap to it, do my shit, swap back, not get hit by the thing, because if he gets hit by the deep terrors, then it's not me losing cards. Meanwhile, I could leave a turret behind in the entryway or something and let it shoot at stuff. Yeah, the Bone Chipper is just really reliant on her summons doing all the stuff for her, and as you said, their movement's pretty bad. The Hive has a lot more control over the summons, which is, yeah, weird to me, again, because you would think that the Summoner class in Gloomhaven would have a lot more control over her summons, and she just didn't. She just had a lot of summons. I did enjoy playing the Bone Chipper. Oh yeah, I loved. It was, once I figured it out, it was pretty good. When I started up the Hive, though, I didn't realize how much he was going to be reliant on summons. And so things like, I don't know what to buy for my initial gear, and on Steam you can't really go deep into your cards or your perks and that stuff while you're creating it. So I bought Eagle Eye Goggles. I'm like, oh yeah, that might be good. And then I sold them because I'm like, I'm going to try making it a tank. And then, oh, it's a summon class. I should probably craft the horn and the summon protecting thing. And so I wasted a lot of money and resources to get back where I am. And then before I realized it was a ranged class, I pulled the wrong, or I grabbed the wrong level 2 and level 3 cards, so I foregoed my 4 and 5 cards to go back and correct that mistake. Fortunately, 4 and 5 is not all that game changing. There's one level 5 that might be worthwhile picking up, but I'm better off with what I have now, I guess. Usually what I've done in the past is when I have a new character like that, I set out all the cards, try to make a plan for it. Okay, here are my top actions primarily, here are my bottom actions primarily. Try to have a good balance of both. I don't know, I'm struggling to do that in the Steam digital version without having the physical representations of top and bottom and only being able to see one at a time. So next class I do that. Before I make a class, I'll be sure to break open the box and plan it out a little bit more. It was weird though, because the cards iconography is different than the Steam version uses. So I probably spent the better part of the first 10 minutes of figuring that out. Like, what does this mean? Oh, that's the symbol for regenerate. Okay. Oh, that's the symbol for ranged. And okay, got it. My shackles just did 20 combined retaliate damage. Holy shit. Oh, I loved that about Crashing Tide though. Oh yeah, I'm tanky. Oh, and then his snow speaker, he realized, or maybe he just started using it. Maybe he knew about it beforehand. He started using a card that would grant one of his allies a shield, and so I had base 2 shield, 3 with melee, and a retaliate with melee. And then some of my abilities would give me 4, and then if I long rested, I would have 5. It was... You couldn't hit me. It was great. That was my favorite part about Sunkeeper is just, oh yeah, I have shield. You can't do anything about it. And that's right, when I saw that initial form on Hive, I'm like, oh, I can remake a Sunkeeper. But the problem is the Sunkeeper has a lot more tools in her toolkit to help with mitigating damage more than just one shield or two. Well, one, I had the defensive stance upgraded to 2 shield at all times, so there's that. But 2, she had a lot of move and shield, and her single target melee attacks were pretty powerful, especially if there was sun around. And yeah, Hive just did not have any of that stuff. Don't try to force a class to be something it's not meant to be. Moral of the story. Given how fast we're burning through all the scenarios, though, I'm not sure if we're going to get to play all of the classes or not. Part of the catch-up mechanism for 2 players that you can complete 2 personal quests every time, pretty much. And that just leads me to believe that we're probably not going to be able to play all the classes, which is fine. Like, I can go back and see them in our 4-player campaign later, or just do a 4-player campaign on my own. The solo campaigns I find a little bit more interesting. There's a lot more analysis that needs to go on, because you're like trying to coordinate, okay, well, you're going to do this first, then this first, then this first. And so you can order those events and not use the generic, I'm going fast, I'm going as fast as I can, that sort of thing, to try and coordinate with your team. Because you don't have perfect knowledge, and generally we try to keep in the spirit of that when we're playing and not give exact numbers. Now, it's open information that, hey, what cards have you used, and what cards you have left, and what's the fastest initiative on there, and so if I know that, I can look at that, and you tell me you're going as fast as you can, that's kind of a way to skirt around the rules then. Or skirt around that requirement, I guess. Keeps it interesting. Oh, you went faster than me. Ah, shit. Well, plans changed. Why did you go there? Now I can't do a thing. You know, in the heat of battle, sometimes you bump shoulders or bump elbows. Bump shoulders. And I think after this ship scenario, we'll probably go back and try and finish out the Elgox emissary questline thing. Oh, so you know how the game's voice acted, right? The narrator, everybody says Algox or Algox, right? With a little bit of a British accent to it, Algox. There was one different voice actress. Probably didn't communicate with her how it's pronounced, or maybe at the time it was early on in the recordings, whatever. I don't know. She pronounced it Aljox with a hard J, Aljox. That's strange. And the worst part is she was voicing an Algox, so it's like, can you correct her for saying Aljox because she is one, but still, just we're 100+ hours into the game now probably, and every time we've heard the word Algox, it's been Algox. With the G sound, not a J sound. Is it GIF or is it GIF? She must be a GIF person. Yeah, then we're gonna be busy this weekend. We're not gonna be able to stream on Saturday at least. The people that we play in person, the 4-player campaign with their daughter, I think is turning 2. So I'll be heading over there for at least the afternoon, then we're going to her father's for a bonfire or something like that, because Father's Day is tomorrow. Or it's tomorrow. Sunday. But we might be back, depending what Pat's doing, I guess. We might be back in the afternoon. Maybe we can get a stream in on Sunday. And if he's not on, then we'll probably do P&M. Gotta get this thing in 2 weeks.
Here?
He's here?
Yeah.
Oh, how long has he been here?
For like a couple minutes.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear them come in, and normally there's like some elation from Isaac. I didn't hear that. I'll be up in a couple minutes. It smells like cake. Why does it smell like cake? Draw. Draw. Finish it, please. Oh, anomaly. You said something about shooting birds. I do have a staff that can shoot bats, and I have another staff that can shoot owls. I can show you that real quick. We call them Owl Blaster and Bat Blaster for short. Alright, last kill of the day. Mithril ore. Unfortunate. Well, at least the 30 tomorrow will push us over 3,500. Alright, let me show you that Bat Blaster real quick, and I'm going to gear up for calcite mining. So we're going to be wrapping up the stream here in a little bit. Thank you guys for hanging out. If you enjoyed the stream, consider becoming a sub, supporting, that sort of thing. We got to try and fill that bar by, I guess now it's a little bit after the 4th of July, because we'll be streaming the first week and a half of Blood Moon Rises, but that's sort of my personal deadline to see if I can do this full time or not, and need all the help I can get. Bat Blaster, I said. Do I have... Are you charged at all? You are charged. You're fully charged. Wow. Saying... Do I have another saying? I only have the one saying. Oh. Okay, well... And so you got your Scarab Blaster. You got your Owl Blaster. Kind of hard to see. Then uncharge. Dismantle. Charge. And your Bat Blaster. Actually, maybe I'll go back a little bit. Ooh. Oh, Blaster. Just kind of looks like a recolored owl, or recolored bat, really. Alright. Thank you guys for watching. We'll see you tomorrow with some more PNM, and then in the afternoon tomorrow, probably actually going to do some frost haven again. So, thanks again. See you tomorrow.